superbly well to fight back, including a key clearance for 2-all when it looked like being a 3-1 deficit, and there was a little clench of the fist from Murphy. Table. He's up for it this week.
Yeah, it was a good attempt, but it was a really thin shot. And the red was always going to be somewhere near the pocket if he missed it. So, first chance, really. First good chance. Falls to Sean Murphy. Yeah, a little nervous start this from both players. It's to be expected. Had to play it with a bit of check side to avoid the reds, but still expected him to pot it. How's he going to get the cue ball through that lot? Here's a path. Oh, that couldn't have fell any more favourable for Stuart Bingham.
Missed the pot by a long way. A few nerves around at the start of this, which is to be expected. There's always a certain intensity when these two face off these days.
One.
What a good pot that was. Had to get it. And he was playing from the jaws of the middle pocket. That was tough. But he got the pot, he got the cannon, and he's in. Looks like the black spot is held, but that shouldn't pose a problem. Goes on the pink spot.
Eight. Nine.
Last season was by and large very disappointing as Stuart Bingham
16.
Shakes his head. But Sean Murphy won the Championship League, but
17.
that was as good as it got for him. Nothing better than the round of 16 aside from that. But this season has been different. He's been a lot stronger in the early running. Made the final in Shanghai, semi-final in Saudi Arabia, where he narrowly lost to Judd Trump, the eventual winner.
25. $32. 33.
His fifth black coming up. Sean has had 8 maximums in his career.
Stuart Bingham made one in this tournament back in 2019, one of 4 we've seen here.
41. $48. 49. 56. 57.
Well, he got in with a terrific red. Playing from the jaws of the middle pocket. Just dropped it in dead weight. Got the cannon. This is the shot. And that was such a difficult
64.
shot across the nap of the table. And to catch the red full in the face and stay on the black. Just as good.
65.
Now, the only red he could play for now is the one nearest the right side cushion. Just got to be a little accurate with his play here. Could have done with just a fraction more bounce on the cue ball. Another inch or so.
72.
Well, this is the red that takes Murphy to the frame.
73.
Yeah, pinched a little bit on the pocket for position. Well, he did miss the initial red he went for. The one full length of the table. Its side on the cue ball.
81.
But no mistake so far.
Of course, he made a spectacular 147 at the shootout last season. Arguably the highlight of his season for Murphy, along with that Championship League win. Amazing to do it
88.
as he did with that time having that event.
'89.
So the only problem now looks to be the two reds closest together, but one of them will go to the left middle. Needs to leave a nice angle on the black to be able to stun in behind those two reds.
96.
And that's a nice angle.
87.
For the century.
I couldn't have played better than that.
104.
So many times the top players open with a century, don't they? Ah, what a shame.
He had to work the cue ball to get back to the black, which he achieved. The red stayed out, but it was a break. What a start to the afternoon. Sean Murphy, he leads 1-0. This match already living up to its billing then. Close to a maximum break from Murphy. He'll make do with a century. And before this match, he caught up with Alan McManus. What a start to the afternoon. Shaun Murphy was eyeing a maximum break.
Shaun Murphy to break.
In the end, didn't have prime position on a red, tried to go in and out of baulk, but missed in the process. 104 nevertheless to start this match in fine style. Murphy just edging the head-to-head overall, remember, 7-6, but the last time they played, he didn't win a frame. Bingham beat him in the Masters quarter-final last year, 6-0.
Yeah, and it can happen, can't it? You know, when you get two players, great players, playing together, if one hits the form, so easy for the other one just not to get a shout. And Stewart really didn't get much of a chance there. He played a red with the rest, which was very difficult. Didn't get anywhere near it. And it looked like he got away with it. But Shaun knocked in that terrific red.
Didn't get anywhere near that one either. So a slightly edgy start from the former champion of the world, who of course has also won the Masters. Murphy's won the full set of Triple Crown titles. And 2 seasons ago, played some of the best snooker of his career in winning both the Players and the Tour Championship. Runner-up as well at the Welsh Open, part of this series.
Great shot. And he's off again. Opening red. The black to follow. Who knows?
I'm sure he would have been very mindful of the need not to do what he's done in his first 2 matches today against Bingham, and that's start slowly. And he's put that right already. And then he misses the black.
Shaun Murphy won.
Yeah, unfortunately, he missed the cannon as well that he was attempting.
One.
Yeah, somebody shouted, good shot, and it certainly was. And it was certainly a good kiss. But all the reds look to be covering one another, so he may have to play a cannon into the reds. But it's a good pot from under the cushion. He'll want to hit straight back, Stewart. Fully aware that, you know, he could be overrun. It gives Shaun Murphy another chance. Needed a little bit of luck when you're going into the reds. And didn't get it on that occasion.
Bingham 8.
One man who'll be grateful to see Murphy miss that 14th red in his bid for the maximum is Mark Williams, who crafted a 1-4-3 break last night to see off Noppon Sandkamp. Williams is in action later in this session on table 2 against Ma Hai Long.
Interesting safety shot. Look, he's leaving the red on the left side cushion and the one on the right side cushion just to make it a little bit more difficult for the return safety. He could so easily have clipped off one of those two reds. Well, that's much more attacking. Just giving him something to think about. You just catch these reds a little too thin or thick, then all of a sudden you're making contact with that red on the left side cushion. So it looks like just a containing safety shot. Well, took the risk on going back down the table, and he's played it so well. Yeah, you always take a risk when you roll the ball full length of the table so slowly. It could roll off, but it held its line. Another very good safety shot from Murphy. Didn't play the pot, played the cue ball where it is.
Absolutely perfect strength from Bingham with the return. Sean Murphy going for his third Northern Ireland Open quarter-final. Much thicker than intended.
Yeah, a mistake at last from Sean Murphy. And that's the importance of getting that cue ball tight to the cushion. So, another chance in this frame for Stuart Bingham. And again, the reds are not favourably placed at the moment. That could all change. Did you see all the side on the cue ball there to bring it out for this red? So, can't hold for the black, don't think so. Down for the pink or blue. Look at the side here. Spin out for the red. Delightful little shot.
9.
Oh, once again, he's the wrong side of the pink. Had he been straight on the pink, it was a simple matter of just rolling through for the red just above the black. As it is, he may have to disturb them. And that could go wrong. Could also go right, and that was a lovely little cannon he played to to get onto this red to the left corner.
15.
In contrast to his opponent today, it's been a pretty serene passage to this round of 16 for Bingham. He's only dropped one frame here. Beat Scott Donaldson 4-1 and then whitewash Mark Davis.
16.
But it's been an encouraging start to the season, so much so that he's in 17th place on the one-year list, so he's looking good with the Players' Series events in mind, the first of which is in March of next year in Hong Kong, of course, the World Grand Prix for the top 32.
Yeah, and it means so much to the players to get into these tournaments, to accumulate more ranking points. It's not just the money. Which is always helpful.
And who knows, with this tournament, of course, still very much in his sights, and he has also qualified for Nanjing, the International Championship next month. He could yet get into the UK Championship as a seed, get back into the 16.
You just feel that that's where Stuart Bingham deserves to be, but so does another 30, 40 players. Stuart had 9 maximums in his career. Sean Murphy 8. Very close on the centuries as well. He's made nearly 600.
31.
Sean's just made over 600. If he should go on to win the frame here, and there's no reason why he shouldn't now, he's had to work really hard.
And it was set up with that excellent safety that got Murphy glued to the baulk cushion and caused the mistake.
Now he's got them where he wants. He needs to finish the job for sure. And no reason why he shouldn't.
$45.
If he plays for the pink, he could do with finishing high on the pink.
46.
Something like that. He's got choice of 3 reds to play for now.
$52. 53.
So, needs another red. And this is a great response.
60.
Started, as Philip said, with a great safety, tight under the cushion, forced the mistake.
61.
But he's had to work for these little nudges, little cannons here and there. Now, can it be back-to-back centuries?
67.
He's got those 2 reds to contend
68.
with. He could bring them into play this next shot from the red. And that's what he's played. He's left the angle on the red to disturb the reds.
75. 76.
Yeah, nicely played and finished pink. It really is good to see both these players playing well.
82.
They've had dips in form, for sure.
83.
But they both seem to be playing exceptionally well so far today.
'88. 89. 94.
Bingham made a mistake with the rest. In the first frame, Murphy punished him with a
96.
century. Murphy made a safety error off an excellent safety shot from his opponent. And Bingham now on the cusp of returning the compliment. Arguably the
99.
standout tie of the round of 16 here in Belfast, and it's living up to billing.
Yeah, magical stuff from both players. And Stuart Bingham saying anything you can do.
108.
And with that blue, it's anything you can do, I can do better.
114.
This has been immaculate stuff from the former world champion.
121.
Wonderful 1-2-1 clearance from Stuart Bingham, a century from both to start this match. What a match, 1-1.
The third frame, Stuart Bingham to break.
A brilliant start to round of 16 day here in Belfast. A century from Shaun Murphy. Could have been a maximum in the very first frame, 104. Stuart Bingham coming right back at him with a 1-2-1 clearance for one apiece. It's still the first to four at this stage. We go up to the best of 9 tomorrow when we have our 8 quarter-finalists. £100,000 to the winner on Sunday and the Alex Higgins Trophy. Table 2, Pang Jung-ju, who knocked out Luca Brissell, has the first frame against Martin O'Donnell, who defeated Jimmy White. That's on Discovery Plus.
Yeah, caught it just a touch thick. So an early chance for Stuart Bingham, who's now got his iron.
One.
Coming down for the black, could have held for the blue. I'll be disappointed. Can't get back to the black, but
8.
you can get down for the blue easy enough and maybe open the reds from the blue.
Nine.
The red at the back of the pack there may go to the left corner. And he could take his pick here, which colour to open the reds from if he decides to open the reds.
$13.
Ideal position. Pink full in the face. Yeah, not quite full. Now, is he on one? He certainly is, to the left corner. This is frightening snooker. Sat in your chair there, and you know what's coming.
19. $26.
Bingham hasn't won a ranking event for 5.5 years. That was the Gibraltar Open, but of course in 2020 he lifted another one of the Triple Crowns when he beat Ali Carter from 7-5 down to win the Masters. And his run to the World Championship was one of the finest we've ever seen when you consider who he had to beat to make it happen. Ronnie O'Sullivan in the quarterfinals, as he did last season, of course. Judd Trump in the semis, and then Murphy in the final. Doesn't get much tougher than that.
Certainly the hard way, that, isn't it?
35.
But he is right up there among the greats, Stuart Bingham. 9 maximums, as I've already said.
And a relatively late bloomer at the top level. His first ranking event title came in 2011, the Australian Open. One of those players who benefited greatly from the sheer volume of snooker that was on offer when Barry Hearn took over as World Snooker Tour chairman. And first and foremost, a huge fan of the game. As we know, he'll play in anything, Bingham, Pro-Am, local tournament
48.
at his club, World Championship. Doesn't matter to him as long as he's playing. And if he's not playing, he'll be watching.
Quite true. That last shot he played a delightful little cannon to the red to stay on at least 3 reds, possibly 4, giving himself the option of picking and choosing.
$49.
Yeah, just left it short a little, so may play a cannon again to the red. He likes to play these little cannons. But don't forget to pot the black.
49.
That could be a fatal mistake.
Came completely out of the blue, didn't it? He was going so nicely.
Yeah, and this would hurt if Shaun Murphy could steal this one. He's only got 1 difficult red. One on the left side cushion, the one on the right side cushion is more difficult, being close to the cushion, but he should be able to pot that one. Favours a right-handed player. And Shaun knows how much this could hurt. Could be a little turning point in this match. But he's got to do it.
Shaun Murphy, 8.
Wow, what a let-off that was for Stuart Bingham, and he was out of his chair so quickly then.
A look of disgust on Murphy's face, and no wonder. That was extraordinary, really. Dead straight red to the centre. Now a look of puzzlement as to how that happened, but vital for Bingham now at the second attempt to kill this frame off and punish him for it.
Yeah, just needs a couple of reds. Doesn't need to bother about the reds on the cushion.
$9.
I think inevitably, given their history, that there is that extra edge about matches where they play one another, and that extra desire to perform, to do well, to get the better of the other.
16.
And that, of course, brings its own extra pressure.
$17.
Yeah, Shaun Murphy very strong mentally though, and he'll have gone through this quite a lot of times when he's missed an easy ball, lost the frame, but recovered from it. Mental strength, all important, this game.
22.
He's done it a couple of times already this week, as mentioned, 2-0 behind in both his previous matches, and struggling particularly against Zhou Yulong when he was all over the shot in frames 1 and 2, but turned it around. He talked about the character that he showed that pleased him in that match in particular. But that glaring error on the red to the right centre has cost him this frame for sure. This is it.
29.
And that red
Bingham,
doesn't matter.
And the frame.
Sean Murphy remains in his chair, a dramatic frame. Stuart Bingham missed a black off its spot, but then Murphy missed immediately, an even easier one, and Bingham leads 2-1. Well, what a start to this match, Joe. We've had 2 frames of the highest calibre and then a bit of drama in the third.
Yeah, what a fantastic match so far. And look at this for a shot from the jaws of the middle pocket. To drop that in, play the cannon nicely onto the red to hold for the black. It's worth a few looks, that shot. So we're just trying to keep the maximum alive. That was the winning ball, so it could now concentrate on the maximum. Originally, I thought he played this pretty good. I thought he could get to the black. They had to go in and out of ball, and that posed a big problem. So into frame 2. And this safety shot from Stuart Bingham, look where the cue ball is. Tight on the baulk cushion. Perfect weight. And that forced the mistake from Sean Murphy, catching the red much too thick. Cue ball not even reaching the blue. And I'm sure he expected to be punished. And he duly was. This was a fantastic shot from Bingham. Look at the side on the cue ball there. And he had to judge that well. Another few inches and he'd been too far. Another very good cannon to keep the break going. He studied that shot for quite a while before he picked it. And again, he's so good at those little cannons. Just nudging 2 reds out of the way. Again, another good cannon, just catching the red half ball to leave himself on the red to the middle. And then developing the 2 reds. It just, everything going straight forward. Sean Murphy. And this black for the clearance.
There's a sense that this Northern Ireland Open is really hotting up now as we head towards the weekend. We'll be down to 8 players at the end of today, of course. We had 2 outstanding matches yesterday. John Higgins losing out in a thriller to Barry Hawkins. Kyron Wilson in yet another thriller with Anthony McGill. And now this match providing huge amounts of entertainment. Sean Murphy breaking off in frame 4, looking to get that misread out of his system when he had the chance for an effective counter after Bingham had missed the black. The winner to play either Barry Hawkins or the 4 times and defending champion Judd Trump. They're first up this evening from 7 o'clock local time. I beg your pardon, second up this evening. First up, it's Ollie Lyons against Neil Robertson. And the table 2 matches tonight, Lei Pei Fan and Elliot Slessor, Louis Heathcote and Tian Peng Fei.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Somebody shouted out, good shot. But he's going to need another one. The yellow to the middle is not a gimme by any means. He'll be coming down the table for the red just above the black, I would suspect.
Just quickly nip into table 2 where Peng Junju took the first frame. The pace a little more sedate in this match. The second, as you can see, has come down to the last two balls. Martin O'Donnell with a good performance to beat Jimmy White, Welsh Open runner-up last season. To Gary Wilson, you can watch it on Discovery Plus and Max, of course. Nice safety from O'Donnell, so that one's still in the balance.
Yeah,
I like the way that Stuart leaves a nice angle on the black to be able to manoeuvre the cue ball. Very rarely does he leave it straight.
$18. $19.
Lots of topspin on the cue ball there to take it through the second red. Yeah, just overscrewed it slightly.
26.
Wanted to be straight on this red to the right corner. May have to take the more difficult one. Yeah, just wriggled in though. And because he nearly missed it, he didn't get onto the black as he intended. And again, he potted that one.
34.
Off the far knuckle. Came very close to missing that shot. The last three shots have been very nervy
35.
from Stuart Bingham. Nearly missed every one of them.
He missed into that right corner in the very first frame by a margin. And that one caught quite a bit of the jaw with the rest.
Well, now he's got them open. And he's on one to the right corner.
42.
That was a great shot.
He just likes to get into those reds, doesn't he? Sometimes a little afraid of opening the reds up, but not Stuart Bingham.
$43.
Another nice little cannon. He loves playing them.
$50.
It is really good to see Bingham queuing this well. He's had a couple of fairly modest seasons, the World Championship run to the semis as a qualifier aside. But proving, as so many are these days, that age is no barrier to success in this sport. On the contrary, the experience that these top players have gathered down the years counts for so much. He's in his 49th year now, Bingham.
59.
6 years older than Murphy.
Another cannon. Doesn't need to play these cannons, by the way. Could have just rolled the black in for the red nearest the right corner, but he likes to play them.
All of this, the result of Sean Murphy's break-off. It was a thin snick into the left centre from Bingham to start this visit to the table.
Yeah, and a very good yellow to finish that little break there. Or to continue the break, should I say. Two really good shots to get in with. Could have done without the kiss.
72.
Although that blue now leaves Murphy needing snookers.
73.
Not interested in finishing yet, though.
$78. $79.
When Sean Murphy started this match with a 147 attempt, missing the 14th red, making 104, he could have not envisaged that he'd now be facing two-frame deficit and 2 down with 3 to play, but Stuart Bingham has hit back very impressively. He's punished Sean Murphy's mistakes. The misread in the previous frame.
86.
Break off in this one.
Yeah, trying to develop these reds. Would have preferred to have hit the other one, but he's still going.
87.
Well, he can make a century with the blue and the black, or the pink and the black. Inch perfect positional play from the pink. Beautiful shot.
93.
And now he can leave an angle on the pink to bring the red into play. Well, he could have done.
94.
Left the black to do it.
To bring him within 5 centuries of 600 for his career. It's brilliant snooker from the former world and Masters champion, and the man who's completed the Triple Crown, Sean Murphy, is in big trouble. Bingham now leads 3-1. This big waterfront hall crowd here in Belfast being royally entertained by the standard of snooker. 3 centuries in 4 frames, I should say. And none of them have been remotely close, each punishing the other's errors. But it's Bingham who's doing most of that punishment at the moment. 308 points, a pot success of 93%. Very, very good. His safety has been bang on. Remember, he played that excellent safety, didn't he, Joe, to set up the chance to win the second frame.
And that's what won him the frame, really, isn't it? Getting that cue ball tight to the cushion. It's so important, safety play. If you're giving your opponent more chances than he's giving you, you're going to lose eventually. And so far, Stuart Bingham's safety is at 100%.
So while we wait for the commencement of frame 5 on table 1, we'll go to table 2. This has been quite a battle, hasn't it? But it's Pang Junju who has just slotted home the all-important final pink. And as a result, that match now moving in his direction as he wins the second frame. He's already knocked out Luca Brissell, of course. Brissell only made a best break of 36 in that match. Another disappointingly early exit for him in a ranking event. Incredibly, the world champion of last year's tour place is under threat at the end of this season, given he'll be losing the 500,000 points he won for winning at the Crucible in 2023. And there's plenty to look forward to, of course, in this evening's session from 7 o'clock local time here in Belfast. Kicking off with Ollie Lyons, who's making real progress now. Semi-finalist at the British Open. He's won 4 matches already this week, up against a rejuvenated Neil Robertson, going for the full set of Home Nations titles. That's first up, and then another heavyweight encounter with Judd Trump, the world #1 and 4 times champion here, against the former runner-up in the very first year at the Titanic Centre, Barry Hawkins, who lost out to Mark King in one of the greatest Home Nations finals we've seen. All of that to come this evening from 7 o'clock on Eurosport 1, Discovery Plus.
Fifth frame, Stuart Bingham to break.
Brilliant entertainment for this crowd here at the Waterfront Hall, but most of the scoring now coming from Stuart Bingham, from 1-0 behind after Murphy's near miss on the maximum to 3-1 up with 2 centuries and a further break of 49 in between. Murphy has it all to do now and not much room to manoeuvre, Joe.
No, he needs to start doing something, doesn't he? And he may be forced into taking this red on. There's no safety shot. And that's a great opening red. Terrific shot. Now, what can Murphy do? This is like punch and counter punch, isn't it? 2 boxers.
And I mentioned entertainment, an average frame time of a shade over 12 minutes. We've seen some pretty epic battles this week in Belfast, but this has been wonderful as a spectacle. Looks like that's gone wrong for Murphy, though. Way too early for his liking.
Yeah, the cannon, he got too thick. Tried to leave himself on the red that he's closest to the left corner.
John Murphy, 8.
So from that terrific long red, he only makes 8. And look at that. Can he just get through to the potting angle? Looks like he can. Wasn't far away. He could just see enough of that red to pot it. And what a pot it was. Yeah, there's nothing much for trickling up behind the green and just come off the side cushion. Looks like that's what he's going to play. Well, if you're going to open the reds and play that shot, you've got to get the snooker, and he's nowhere near getting the snooker. That's what he intended to do, open the reds with the green, leave the cue ball behind the brown. Nicely played. Sweet.
Murphy has spoken about character getting him this far in the tournament this year. And he's going to have to show plenty of that now. And 3-1 behind against Stuart Bingham, playing very close to the top of his game. Again, it was a good pot, but he's lost the cue ball in the process.
Yep, the cannon went awry, didn't it?
8.
It was a good pot. It just didn't catch those reds full enough to leave the cue ball in the middle of the table.
John Murphy, 8.
The last time Murphy beat Bingham was in this tournament, round 4 in 2021. He's going to have to go some to beat him today.
Well, there's a couple of reds surrounding the blue that he could play safe off those. Sorry, surrounding the green. Well, a chance. A dangerous chance, because it looks like the cue ball's going to be going into the reds. Good pot.
1.
So, Sean Murphy with a chance. Good clean pot. He couldn't avoid the reds, but next best thing, he got a good kiss.
He has been successful in the home nations, Murphy. He won the Welsh Open in 2020, and he won it in comprehensive style in the process. He beat Kyron Wilson 9-1 in the final. Was also runner-up in that event to Rob Milkins last year. And runner-up at the Scottish Open, the next leg of the home nations, to his good friend Mark Allen 6 years ago. Looking for his 3rd quarter-final in this event. And if he can achieve it from this position, it'll be one of his most satisfying wins of recent times, for sure.
What a nice little flick that was. He was going to finish up behind the red. They got a nice flick there. Two great cueists, these two. Very similar. Not just the stats, but the way that they walk round the table.
16.
Such authority. Very intimidating for their opponents.
Three. 24. 31. 32. 39. 40. $47.
This is a typically gutsy response from Murphy. He's made a couple of errors that would have hurt him in this match, not least that red he missed when he had the chance for the counter
48.
in the frame before last, and of course punished with his break-off in leaving that thin red for Bingham as well, sitting out another one, but on the cusp now of closing to 3-2 to get himself back in the picture.
Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier, that, yeah, it did hurt, but he forgets the hurt pretty quickly, like a lot of top players do.
55.
No applause, but that was the key ball, this to make sure. And this is
56.
fast turning into perhaps the best match of the week, in terms of the standard, at least, that these two are bringing to the table. It's snooker of the very highest calibre.
Yeah, and it could...
John
Yeah,
Murphy,
I was about to say a
56.
century, but that's enough.
Yeah, inevitably that was the cue for a surprising error, but it has been very high calibre, and it's still going. Bingham now leading 3-2. Although it's not over yet, because Bingham has come back to the table. There's only one snooker after all, which is entirely understandable. Just for a moment it looked as though he might have conceded there. He hasn't. Had Murphy potted the black, it would have been over for sure. But 71 the difference. Yeah, there's only 59 left, so you would think this frame is done.
Yeah, he probably sees the red next to the green. And if he can get 3 reds, 3 blacks, he's got a nice, easy snooker to start with. Possible free ball, who knows? And then again, just could want a few shots. Trying to prepare for the next frame. Cue ball's close if it's got the legs to get there.
From Bingham, his chances fast receding of keeping this frame alive as a contest. Just an hour of playing time. 5 frames nearly done.
Foul. John Murphy, 4.
So it's now 4 snookers for Bingham to tie the frame. Things continue to go very nicely for China's Pang Junzhu, who's 2-0 up on Martin O'Donnell on table 2 and 56 points to the good in the third frame. The winner of that will play either Neil Robertson or Ollie Lyons in the quarterfinals tomorrow. The winner of this, of course, will play either Judd Trump or Barry Hawkins. They're in action second up this evening. Question really of Murphy taking care not to do anything silly and give Bingham an in back into this frame. It's an extremely long way back at the moment for the 2015 world champion. 4 snookers to tie the frame.
Well, choice of reds to seal the frame for sure. Neither easy.
Should Bingham 8.
Well, possible double.
One.
Good cueing. Very good cueing.
8.
Still 4 snookers to tie.
Nine.
It's been done before, of course. Famously, Mike Hallett did it to John Parrott in the Masters semi-final. I think he needed 5 at one stage.
Yeah, and of course, Cliff Thorburn against Jimmy White. He needed 5.
That was the Goya Matchroom Trophy final when White led 7-0 and lost 12-10.
16.
And you could say all because of that frame. It's close.
16.
It's very close. Yeah, good shot.
To make his rival work for this fifth frame, which remains very much Murphy's to win, but you never know in this sport. Bingham opting to play on when it looked pretty bleak and got Murphy in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, you just got to be aware of the free ball, Shaun Murphy. Doesn't want to leave a free ball. I'm sure he's aware of that fact.
That's one way to kill off the frame. Irony. In a different, and he pops the red out of it and makes sure that it's going to be 3-2 in the process. So, game back on. Stuart Bingham still the favourite. Murphy needs 2 more frames. Bingham just the 1.
7. 9. Foul. Shaun Murphy 9, Stuart Bingham 4, frame Shaun Murphy.
Stuart Bingham remains in his chair this time. Shaun Murphy back in the picture, trailing 3 frames to 2. So we'll head back to table 2. As I mentioned just now, Pang Junxu looking very good. We can't actually head over there because they've just finished the frame, but Pang on the cusp now. He's leading Martin O'Donnell by 3 frames to 0. Made a break of 50 in the second frame. So O'Donnell with a very sizable task now. You're never out of it, even at 3-0 down in a best of 7, but he's got a lot to do. Now here is Stan Moody, who has really impressed this season. It was quite a difficult first professional season for him, which is nothing unusual. He only won 8 matches in the whole of the season. He's already won 12 this season, including that whitewash victory over the world finalist Jack Jones last evening. Played superbly well, made a century in a 92. And of course he's going to be facing the man who deprived Jones of the World Championship, Kyron Wilson, tonight. So what an occasion that's going to be for the young man, still only 18. And here's Kyron going through his paces ahead of that match later. That's our next match on, of course, this afternoon at the conclusion of Murphy and Bingham. And it's one that will produce a lot of interest, I'm sure, as we head back to table 2. Martin O'Donnell with it all to do. 3-0 behind. It's on Discovery Plus and Max. Pang, of course, has already been to a ranking event final. That was the WST Classic in Leicester last year, where he lost to Mark Selby. Well on his way to another quarter-final appearance. Was also semi-finalist at the Welsh Open last year, so he knows what it takes to go deep in these big events. Belatedly, Sean Murphy claiming frame 5 after Stuart Bingham had played on, needing 4 snookers to tie. It was always a long shot, and Murphy back in it at 3-2 behind.
Very close. Sometimes that's all you need. It's that opening red when you're playing at this standard. Again, very close, but this time Sean Murphy does leave a red to the left corner, possibly one to the middle.
One.
So Stuart Bingham in with a chance to win the frame he needs to go through to the next round. He has scored so heavy in recent frames.
8.
Didn't play that one particularly well though. Very short of pace. Overcut it.
Stuart Bingham, 8.
Shot that was. He got close to his last long ball. There was no mistake in that one though.
Three of their 13 encounters have gone
6.
to a decider, including the World Grand Prix final 8 years ago. Murphy won 10-9.
7.
But Bingham has won the other two, most recently the semi-finals of the China Championship, also in 2016, 9-8.
Now, if he could play for this next red and leave the cue ball somewhere where it is now, he could bring more reds into play. And that looks just about right. Well, this is just a matter of
14.
whether he plays it with topspin or screw. Both ways can get him to the black. If he plays it with screw, it probably opens more reds up. Look at that.
16.
Didn't really want that side he had on the ball. For me, he had the wrong side on this cue ball.
Two for the price of one, but it's the position that Murphy's disappointed about. The reds are lovely in terms of how nicely they're spread.
Rainbow.
But it's just a safety.
Yeah, too risky to take the black on.
Sean Murphy, 16.
And that is a good safety. Let's put some pressure on Stuart Bingham. He could leave the cue ball in the jaws of the left corner. That's an option. Yeah, somewhere there. Can't really see another option he could take. If he tries to get back down the table, it's fraught with danger.
First few frames have been a blitz of brilliant breaks, but just a sense now that the tension is rising, the pressure is growing. As we head towards the climax of this fascinating match that promised much and has certainly delivered. Murphy hoping to feature in an 80th ranking quarter-final. Very good to keep the pressure on, just as Bingham did earlier in the match, getting that cue ball right under the cushion.
Now, can he see enough of this red to the left corner? It looks like he can. Another chance. Sean Murphy. Great pot, but not a great kiss. Would have been on the black had the red not kissed the black. So just the safety again. And he's got to try and cover that red nearest the right corner. Too dangerous to play the cue ball behind the green. Too risky.
Brown ball.
He decided to risk it.
Murphy,
For me, that's a big risk. Anywhere over the left side of the table would have been good. Yeah, it's a tough shot, but it could be one to win the match.
Bingham 2 out of 6 from long range today. This is a big one. Long way off.
about that? A Murphy special. And it looks like black with pressure on.
That's a candidate for long pot of the week. As emphatic as you'll see, the pace at which he struck this was a blur into the pocket.
Black ball.
Can he make it count?
Well, unless the red goes to the middle, that wasn't the best kiss in the world.
8.
Does it go? It does go. So this is a really good chance.
9.
And one that is thoroughly earned with that terrific long red.
It'll be worth seeing that a few more times. It was some pot from Murphy. Given the match situation, he's 1 down with 2 to play. Can ill afford any errors. Goodness, he needed the full width of the pocket with that black.
Yeah, sure. 16.
Maybe he felt he got a slightly heavy contact. He'll be relieved to see it disappear because it was threatening to stay above ground. Valentina Velichkova doing the polishing of the cue ball. What a chance this is now for Murphy to take us the distance. They're all there.
17. Twenty-two. Three. 30. 31.
A couple more reds for Murphy and we should be going to a deciding frame, a match that certainly merits it. What a battle it's been between these two great rivals. They've put on
38.
so many great matches down the years. The World Championship final was a brilliant spectacle. Oh, hang on. He's all right.
39.
48 the lead. Bingham surely steeling himself for a decider, Joe.
$45. 46.
Both with bags of bottle, metal, steel, whatever you want to call it. They've got it in spades, and Murphy demonstrating for the third match in a row his powers of recovery.
52. 52.
That red doesn't matter. This time Stuart Bingham will not be playing on. It was a thunderous initial red from Murphy to get in for that break of 52 for 3 each. Now, next up on table one, it'll be the world champion Kyron Wilson facing 18-year-old Stan Moody, and Kyron has been speaking to Alan McManus. That is a match to look forward to. Next up on table one, but what's going to happen in the decider? It's been a fantastic tussle once again between this pair. Shaun Murphy 3, Stuart Bingham 3. The pot success doesn't really tell the story. Yes, there have been one or two missed, but that just adds to the drama.
Thank you. The deciding frame, Stuart Bingham 3.
Fitting that a match of this quality should go to a seventh and final frame. It was a brilliant show of character again from Shaun Murphy to fight back from 3-1 behind. What a red it was. He potted at the start of that break of 52, which took him to 3 each from 3-1. Stuart Bingham, with a couple of centuries, of course, he's played superbly. Who's going to get the first chance in this final frame? The winner will play either the defending champion Trump or Hawkins in the quarterfinals on Friday.
Which goes to a best of 9 then. Now, has he been forced into taking this red on? He was. Always happy to go for the long red and see it go safe.
Looks disappointed to have missed that one. I mean, it's about as tough as it gets, isn't it? Dead straight, the full 12 feet from under the cushion, but he's been brilliant from long range today, generally, Murphy, including that howitzer in the previous frame. 7 out of 10 from distance from him today.
He needs a cover. Coming off the reds thick like that. Can always push a red over the corner, which is done, but he's covered it. Yeah, he's thinking of playing the cue ball down towards the green pocket, using the blue to cover the long red. It's a dangerous shot to play. Easy enough to play off the red. That's nearest the left corner. That's guaranteed. Doesn't need to take those kind of risks in a decider.
It would be a 48th ranking quarter-final appearance. Stuart Bingham, a first quarter-final in this tournament for him, but of course he's had plenty of success in the home nations. He's a multiple winner. 2017 Welsh Open, 2018 English Open when he beat Mark Davis, who of course he beat in the previous round here. The only thing this match has been lacking so far is a close frame. They've all been won heavily. So often, though, deciders are rather different.
Yep, he had a little bit of luck there, and it's just rolled past the brown to give Stuart a chance at this long red. But there's now real pressure on these type of balls. But if it should go in, he should be on the black. Yep, great shot, kiss, great chance. It's been a while since he's had a decent chance, Stuart Bingham. It's all been Sean Murphy the last two frames.
9.
But now he's got his chance. Another nice little kiss he's played there. And as I said earlier,
16.
he loves to play those little touches.
$17.
Well, he could decide to go into them here. He hasn't left the best angle on the black to hold for the red. Got to remember to pop the black though. Yeah, nicely played, developing more reds.
24. $25.
Yes, all over next door, and what a afternoon it's been for Pang Jung-ju. He'd already knocked out Luca Brissell. Now he's beaten last season's Welsh Open finalist Martin O'Donnell without dropping a frame.
Well, that's 4 reds, 4 blacks. Surely we're not going to see another attempted maximum. No, that took the pressure off. But he hasn't quite gone far enough on the blue. His next red could be a little bit more difficult than what he was playing for. He could have held for the black, but decided he didn't need that type of pressure. Yeah, could have done without the kiss. So he needs another good recovery. Well, that's a good recovery. Now he's checked those two doses together to see if one of them goes. If it does, it's okay. If not, then it's a big shot to screw back for the red to the left of the pink. Is he hard enough? He's just hard enough. That's an excellent positional
46.
shot. The red directly above the black available. If you can get the right side of the blue.
47.
Perfectly played. You can drop onto that red.
Really good recovery in this break from Bingham, having dropped the wrong side of the blue and then getting that unwanted cannon. Time running out for Shaun Murphy, who's played so well.
52.
But is at the mercy of his rival at the moment.
So again, nice angle on the black, just to go into the reds, and if he could just catch the reds thin, he should push a red towards the middle. Well, that could have been kinda. It's not easy, the next shot. He's got a 60-point lead, but there's nothing safe.
Still 83 there for Murphy if he does get the chance. It's a big lead on the face of it, 60 points, but at this level, given the state of the table, not necessarily if Murphy gets the next chance. But will he?
Now it stays on the lip. Now, has he covered it?
Bingham, 60.
Where he played the cue ball to, he tried to cover the red. So, has he covered the red over the corner? Slight swerve needed. The cue ball could be under the cushion. Which up his cause.
Had to concentrate fully on the pot there. But what about this for a shot? Given the match situation, this is tough.
Yeah, you called it, Phil. It was tough. And what made it even tougher was that he had to play it at pace for the next red.
Disappointment on the face of Murphy, who's also pushed the black onto the baulk cushion.
Yeah, this isn't a gimme, though, for Stewart. 59 points the lead. Looking at playing the safety. I think I'd be tempted to play the red and leave the cue ball on the black cushion and then play a colour safe. That's an option. He's looking at the safety. The only two reds on the table that are safe are these two he's going to be playing now. Well, he couldn't have played that any better, could he? Little tap on the table there from Stewart. He needs some help. Now, can Sean see this red? I don't think he can see enough of it to pot it. This could be close to the double. Well, not the best kiss in the world because he has left a chance for Bingham.
.59 the lead, 75 on. And the cue ball pretty close to the baulk cushion, so cueing isn't easy.
He doesn't have to play it. He could play it full ball, just play safe. So, a chance for Sean Murphy, a great chance. That's how close it was to winning.
Bingham tapped the table off Murphy's safety. Being that close to the cushion made it just that bit harder, that pot. Now.
1.
What can Murphy conjure here? He's already come up with a couple of key clearances this week when he was in trouble. But the pressure is immense. These great players are usually so adept at handling it. But it doesn't get any easier to do so.
Yeah, couldn't have gone any worse. I mean, you still expect him to pot the pink and the next red, but he'd like to leave an angle on the next red to get to the colour. So deciding to hold the spot, pink would then go on the black spot.
14. $15. $21.
Doesn't need the black, he can win with pinks.
$22.
Well, a little tester, even for somebody as good as Sean Murphy is with the rest. Any colour would be enough, just checking the scoreboard. I mean, ideally, he'd like to get the black back on its spot for that red. That's on the black cushion. But very risky to play that shot. You'd have to play the black hard, and that would risk missing the black.
And this is a tough enough red as it is.
You were right. Well, he snookered Stuart Bingham, but he'll be delighted that he snookered. Not quite hard enough, so another chance for Sean Murphy. You could say he was a little fortunate to have got the snooker in attempting that red with the rest. Where's it going to finish? And that's not too bad. He can get to the red from the blue.
Well, this match has had everything. Great breaks. 3 centuries. Some great long pots. The odd miss. Just to add to the drama, and now a thrilling finish in prospect.
He couldn't have played that one any better. And you feel if this goes in, he's favourite for the frame and match.
It needs some potting, though.
Yeah, well played. Nerves of steel, Sean Murphy.
Bingham looking understandably concerned. He was on the cusp of claiming this frame
The only thing you would say is that he's going to need the black.
13.
The green not on its spot makes things a little bit more difficult, but only slightly. He's overscrewed it slightly.
15.
He looks calm enough. The butterflies, I'm sure, will be rumbling in the tummy, though, for Murphy right now. This will be a special win for him when you
18.
consider the history between this pair, the fact that the last time they played, Murphy was on the wrong end of a 6-0 drubbing at the Masters and was 3-1 down today. His hopes looking
22.
pretty bleak at that stage, but yet again this week, as Bingham watches on and hopes, he's shown real tenacity and character to fight back.
So, important shot here to get onto the pink to be able to get to the black.
27.
And that looks just about perfect. Well, I think he's resigned now, Stuart Bingham.
He's played superbly, confirming that he's coming back to form, which is great for the game because he's great to watch. But Murphy's 2 balls away.
33.
It's been an absolute thriller. It's been to watch for this big in Belfast, and it's come down to the final black. Shaun Murphy for a place in his 80th ranking quarter-final. It's there. What a contest. What a battle. Stuart Bingham sportingly offers his hand. Shaun Murphy's done it again from 2 behind. He's into the last 8 of the Northern Ireland Open for the 3rd time. He's won an absolute classic. 4 frames to 3. What a match that was, and we had a match that was almost as good yesterday between the world champion Kyren Wilson and Anthony McGill, a repeat of their epic World Championship semi-final back in 2020. This is what happened.
Seven. $14. 15. 22. 23. 30. 31. 37. $38. $41. Mark Williams, 41. One. Three. Four. $11. $12. $18. $19. $25. 26. $32. $33. $40. $41. $48. $49. $54. More high low. 54. One. Eight. Ten. $13. 70. $22. $28. $35, and the friend, Mark Williams.
Still best of 7. Doesn't lack for confidence, but it's about now bringing it, as I say, to an even bigger stage, the main table, against this man who, of course, is so used to these conditions. Great for the game to have a young player coming through with something about him, speaks well, plays well. Let's see how he gets on here.
Karen Wilson to break.
Karen Wilson, the reigning world champion, already has won the Xi'an Grand Prix this season against Stan Moody, 18 years of age, second year professional. Can't wait for this one, Neil. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's the standout match of the round, although, of course, we've already seen a terrific match on this table, the Murphy-Bingham clash. But this is a contrast, isn't it? Someone who's at the top of the tree and someone on their way up there. And Stan Moody. Different kind of test for him this match, as he makes a very early error playing on the main table against someone like Karen Wilson. He's had some very promising results, but not always on the show table.
One.
Really enjoyed Karen Wilson's match yesterday with Anthony McGill. It was, you know, took you back to their match in the World Championships 2020, which went to a decider and was eventful. It was kind of a mini version of that, with the same outcome.
8.
Well, an immediate chance for Wilson to just assert his authority here a little bit.
9.
Yeah, he's having a good season, isn't he? I mean, obviously, to win that big event in China early on was massive, really, just to put to bed any doubts anyone else might have, never mind himself.
Yeah, it was a terrific leave, wasn't it? First up, after Moody went for that red to right corner, he left him absolutely bang in.
17.
He'll know what sort of mood he's experiencing because he turned professional, Karen Wilson, when he initially was a teenager back in 2010. Actually dropped off. It was different then because there was no 2-year card. He spent a couple of years off the tour. Of course, this is Moody's second year. He's looking good to stay on at the moment, but of course every result is going to affect things.
25.
Well, he's really got hold of that. He looks a little surprised that the bounce from the cushion is taking the cue ball further than he expected, although he's still got a shot at the red and he'll be playing down on the black as well.
$33.
Just made it, but that actually is perfect now, and he might be able to play on the bottom right-hand red here. This was the one that just crept in and all round the pocket.
$41.
Oh, this is the one. This is where he top spins from the cushion into the bunch. Oh, wow. Goodness me. That is as good as it gets.
48.
It does take me back to the match where he played Jackson Page. I was just looking it up, the 2020 Welsh Open. Never played Jackson Page, a young
49.
upstart, if you like. Made a 147 in the very first frame of that match.
Yeah, I remember. It was actually from his first shot. Obviously, he broke off here, but yeah, you're quite right. Of course, Sean Murphy was on for one, wasn't he? First frame of the first match. Broke down on 104. But what a split that was.
Well, anyone that plays snooker will have enjoyed watching it because it was just pleasing to the eye to see the balls open like that.
56.
So often you'll go into the bunch and they'll not move. It was just a dream
57.
collision into the pack, and now anything is possible. I mean, it's just a delight to watch, isn't it? Look at those reds all opening.
Well, I said they'd have to go some to beat the excitement of the first match. Well, he's doing his best here, isn't he? Already in frame one.
Well, that's not great for staying on the black.
64.
I mean, to keep the break going, it's all right. And he didn't pot the black cleanly. Went in off the top jaw. So now I think, what do you do here? You've got to try and win the frame. You're playing a good player. Be lovely to start with a 147, but surely he's got a match to win. So he's done the right thing.
65.
He's not to be, and he's disappointed. Break's still going on.
Just shows how hard it is to make them. I mean, they've become more common, but it's still, you know, you still need everything to go right.
68.
Well, that's exactly it. And it's about the positional side because of, it sounds obvious, but every red you've got to get the angle to get on the black, and the further down the line you go, the more difficult
69.
that can become. But otherwise, barring one positional error, it's the perfect start from what was a good leave, has to be said.
Yeah, and you can see Mark Williams in the background. He made a 143 yesterday, which is the highest break so far. So Karen Wilson could still beat that.
76.
Well, in fact, he can tie it now, can't he?
Yeah, he took a green, didn't he? Which means 4 points come off.
Still have the 2,500 though. Well, Mark's money is going to be safe for now. But the main thing is he's won the frame from his first chance. Moody took on the long red, didn't get it. And Karen Wilson immediately has stepped in. He'll be wary today. He knows how dangerous and how confident this young man is. Wants to keep him away from the table, and that's what he's done in the first frame.
83.
Well, he's opened those two reds as well now, because if he went on to clear the table and deprive Stan Moody of any table time, that would be something that surely would benefit Karen Wilson. Although that's gone wrong. There may not even be a century break now, but
91.
Still going to be 1-0 to him. Tricky red to middle if he plays it.
Yeah, very tough. 91. Got very close. But 91, a quick kill. Just needed one chance, and the world champion takes the opening frame. Well, we can, it didn't take long, the frame, but we can show you some key moments.
He got a really good chance early on from this shot, and he tried to pop this and go around the back of the black Stan Moody, but he hit it too thick, and then you lose control of the cue ball, which didn't take its natural path around the back of the black and up for safety, but he left him this. I mean, you do not want to leave your opponent that opening at the very start of any frame. This just crept in through the side door, but we weren't starting to think that perhaps staying on the reds and blacks might have been too much to ask for. But when he opened the reds up, which we will get to see in this is the shot. I shouldn't think he had anything else on his mind but a possible 147 there, but wasn't to be. This is why players go into the bunch. It doesn't always work like that. Ultimately, had to play down on the green. Didn't get the century, but it is, in other ways, almost the perfect beginning to a match.
Mark Williams 1-0 up against Ma Hai Long, who's like Stan Moody trying to reach his first quarter-final. 6 world champions in the field at the start of play today. Obviously 2 have played each other, so we were always going to lose one. But we've got, of course, Trump later, Robertson. We're watching Karen Wilson right now. And as I say, Mark Williams on table 2. Let's have a look at this. It's 1-0. It was quite a close first frame. Williams ahead in the next. He was playing well last night. He had the 1-4-3 against Noppen Senkom. It was quite a late start, but Mark just gets on with it. Someone said to him on social media, I noticed, they said, oh, you should be on table 1, Mark. And he didn't bite. He said, I don't care. He put me on table 63 for all I care. Well, there's only 2 tables here, and he's on table 2. Need a big venue, wouldn't we, for 63 tables?
I don't think I've ever heard that number of table called out, but surely I think some of the venues I've heard about in Asia, there are an awful lot of snooker tables in them.
The second frame.
Well, it always looked likely to be a really good day here, and it already is. We've seen a terrific match already between Sean Murphy and Stuart Bingham, that Murphy won 4-3 on the black. Pang Jung Zhu 4-0 over Martin O'Donnell. Mark Williams is currently 1-0 up on Ma Hai Long. And here on table 1, Karen Wilson, a 91 break from his first chance in the first frame.
Very impressive win against a tough match player in Jack Jones. I thought yesterday the last frame took, I think, over an hour, but he still won it 4-0. playing Kyron is, even from that, moving up a level because he beat Jack Jones in that World Final. And it was an impressive win. I thought Jack Jones looked very disappointed, didn't offer much at the handshake. Maybe he was just disappointed with his own performance. But I think he's on a learning curve, Stan Moody, and it's one that at the moment is going in all the right directions. Today is just a different sort of chapter, I think, in the 2-year tour card that he's got, which he hopes to extend.
Yeah, I mean, whatever happens here, as that cue ball goes perilously close without dropping, whatever happens, he's off to Nanjing for the International Championship. He beat Tom Ford, a top 16 player, to qualify. So that's going to come up the week after this. Made a big difference, obviously not dropping. Moody would have had cue ball in the D.
Yeah, I mean, this red to middle is a tough enough pot, and also the worry is that the cue ball is not going to avoid the bunch. He was looking down the line of where the cue ball might go if he ends up playing the pot. It's a very difficult shot, this. Very unlucky, but there did appear to be perhaps poor value in the shot. It was hard to criticise. He knocked it in and went it off, which is a shame, but if you're going to take a pot on that difficult and you're going to hit the reds, pink and black tied up, is there any real point in attempting the shot in the first place? Really good. I think maybe he feels he's got a point to prove against a youngster. Perhaps that sort of thing when he first turned professional, Kyron Wilson, happened to him. You know, you've got to put your authority on a player, and it'll be the first of a few times they play. I can guarantee they'll play each other again and again over the years. But a little grimace. He's not pleased with his positional side.
Wilson 6.
Stan Moody was through the last 16 last year, beat Gary Wilson along the way. Guan Jun beat him in this round. The rest of the season, though, wasn't that much to write home about, but he has started this one well. He's had some big wins, beat Zhang Anda in a tournament, obviously Jack Jones here, Tom Ford I mentioned. Pretty good escape. Just caught it a little bit thick. Yeah, and because of that, he did leave the red, but another wince from Wilson tells you he didn't land nicely on anything. Yeah, one thing Kyron Wilson can't afford to do, and he won't, is get caught up in any sentiment here about how great it is for Stan Moody. He's not interested in that. He can't afford to be. He's here to win. And he knows if he loses, it is a big story.
Wilson 1.
But as you pointed out, Stan Moody has had some good wins. Add to that, he's beaten Ryan Day a couple of times. already this season, that Gary Wilson win you said last season. You know, he's beating really good seasoned players because often that can be the test. I remember when Judd Trump came in to the pro ranks, everyone thought he'd make an immediate impact, but he found it hard to get out of the qualifiers for some time before he emerged in 2011.
I think Judd was introduced to areas of the table he didn't know existed before by some of those old safety players, sort of gnarled professionals, but they're there for a reason. And he had to find a way to come through. And, of course, he's done that in unbelievable fashion.
Now, I wonder if he'd be tempted by this red 2 left middle. I mean, it's a big shot to be playing. If it went in, the black's there for him and it opens up the frame, but would it be too much to take on because he probably will leave a ball? The one thing he does do, and I think it's pretty much everyone speaks about it in the game, he can take a little bit of time to decide on his shots, and he can do what he's doing right now, get up and start again, and can be a little indecisive. It's unlucky. He's left a red. Difficult to know whether that was the right shot. I suppose it's like anything else. If it goes in, everyone's saying, great shot, you've given yourself a chance.
One.
I don't think Karen Wilson is someone you want to be giving these opportunities to. Played well yesterday in his win.
Three. Four. Nine. Ten. Seventeen. 18.
Well, choice of reds to left corner. They're lined up right down the middle of the
25.
table here. And you have to say this is a very promising opportunity once again. Interesting to hear what Stan
6.
Moody was saying, that he is reining himself in, and you'd have to do that occasionally. But you don't want to take away his attacking intent, because that's really his strength. It's a very difficult balance for a young player. What do you go for? You don't want to become a
33.
slowed down version of yourself who doesn't take the shots on. I've seen players go down that route before, but He's a real talent, but the problem is it's like anything else with snooker. While you're not at the table, there's very little you can do to change things. Two at the same time there, which I suppose he would have preferred it to stay over the pocket, that right-hand red. Got to lift the ball colours on this shot. He was racing around the angles though. Well, he may have been pointing to that right-hand cushion, but he hit it much too hard. You could see that straight away.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed pacey heading onto the cushion. But anyway, it could have finished worse. It could have been maybe touching these reds. He's got some sort of chance of keeping the break going here with his trusty rest. Ooh, but
Karen Wilson, 40.
Now the question is, has he left the red on? The answer is he hasn't left the red on, so I mean, the balls could have finished anywhere there. If he swerves around it, he's got a chance of potting this actually if he makes contact with the red with the right-hand side. I'm not sure what else he can play because clearly he can't leave the red there. So he's probably better to chance his arm and try the swerve and pot it if he can. Well, if he plays the double, then it's a huge shot to play. Goodness. He thought about a double into the right middle. Wow, this is a massive shot. Needs to go in. Wow, fantastic. What a shot. It's kind of put the cat amongst the pigeons, that one going in. I have watched that John Higgins clearance against Mark Allen in the World Championships where he started with a double. There was a red over the pocket as well. Maybe that's where he got the idea from. He's only got to clear up now to completely mimic him.
9.
yeah, seems to be about the other red near a cushion, but this is a chance that may not have come along.
What he does do, he's a beautiful ball striker. You know, snooker
16.
players are watching him and seeing this wonderful striking of a ball, and not everyone can hit the ball like this. Lovely cue action. So much potential there.
Yeah, and what I like about him is he's actively trying to improve on and off table. He's, you know, got into a bit of fitness, lost a bit of weight. He's not just sort of doing all the same things he's always been doing. He's been successful as a junior. But I think he's recognised that it is a really big step up onto the World Snooker Tour. Wasn't that happy with his first season, but he's improving all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen players have considerably
23.
worse seasons first up than Stan did. He was always going to be learning the ropes, and I think he is progressing.
$24.
Might play the cannon here. I mean, there was an argument that he could play the double again to right middle, but he's seemingly going to try and bring the red into play here instead. Oh goodness, he's forgotten to pot the ball, which is something we've all done.
24.
probably took his eye off the pot and thinking about the cannon. It's a pity.
Yeah, it's an old cardinal sin, that, isn't it? As you say, we see it so often. Now Wilson just needs the red. But he hasn't potted it.
He missed it by a mile, didn't he? Didn't even threaten the jaws of the pocket. Yeah, that's not good this time, and with only the red required, from where the cue ball is, you'd expect him to cut this in and should be end of frame. But he didn't do it. It was quite thin, but he was in a good position with the cue ball. I expected that to drop.
And a slight headache for Wilson because, as you can see, he's snookered and there's nothing safe here for you to leave the red on. That phone going off doesn't help him either. Well, there may not be much daylight there to get to the red. It's a question of whether the brown is in any way blocking the one cushion or even the two cushion route. He might be able to just miss the brown and hit it, but I think it's slightly in the way. That's why he's got to go on this way. Not such a nice angle, this one. Played it well, though. Doesn't want that one back.
Wow.
It's all happening at the moment. Been a bit unlucky, I guess, Kyron Wilson, or you'll certainly think that way because it was a good swerve, but using left-hand side, there is a real chance of that happening, going in off. Side is taking it into the pocket. Now, something really big has come up. What a chance for Stan Moody here.
Just seems we've seen so many frames like this in the tournament. I mean, Kyron had one yesterday with McGill, the last one. Close and exciting, things happening. Moody's chance then to level up.
What does he do here? Does he think about nudging into the brown or playing behind it? I mean, he could play behind it if he wanted to, but if he plays the cannon, he has to leave the brown in play. I don't blame him not doing that. Taking any good or bad luck out of the equation. But this is not an easy race shot.
Nicely done, and maybe a bit unlucky with the in-off, but he had chances before that, didn't he, to put this frame away, several of them. Oh, but hang on. Oh,
It's a moody
well,
nine.
that was a real chance. And Wilson just needs the blue. Yeah, he's devastated.
I don't think he was sure how to play it. Just a question of which side of the table he tried to come down. Obviously, the pink was not difficult. Screwed it. He could have perhaps played it plain ball. I think it would take him round the angles in behind the pink. But it's history now.
11 in frame.
It's a big blow, that, because, as I say, Wilson missed a couple. Stan Moody will be very disappointed. He's got to try and recover because it's Wilson leading 2-0. Well, we can hear what Karen Wilson had to say before the match. He spoke to Alan McManus. Yeah, World Snooker Champion. I'm assuming that's what that means. Let's hope so. Anyway, 2-0 it is to Karen Wilson. There are the match stats so far, but it was a big chance there for Moody to level up. It's 2-0 Mark Williams, by the way, against my Hai Long on the other table. Yeah, those stats are going to have to go up, aren't they, for Stan? There's still time, obviously, but he's disappointed he's sat waiting for Wilson to return, reliving, well, certainly the blue in that last frame. Well, it's been a tournament full of dramatic frames, hasn't it? And we've seen another one there. We saw, of course, the decider earlier with Murphy and Bingham, that Murphy won on the black. Stan Moody here had a good chance, you've got to say, to level up, missed the blue, which was all Wilson needed to lead 2-0. We're just waiting for Kyron to return.
Yeah, I mean, watching Stan Moody, you can just see that he's got all the ability you need. He's got the cue action you need, and Also, as I said earlier, you just see this little bit of uncertainty on shots. He'll get down, he'll make a decision, then he'll change his mind. And that's the only thing. But it's still a learning process that he's on. He's 2-0 down, he's still in there.
Well, Karen Wilson would be relieved that last chance came for him because he had missed a couple earlier in the frame. Started really well with the 91 and was going well early on in the second frame anyway. He won it. It's 2-0 to him. He needs 2 more to set up a meeting with either Mark Williams or Ma Hailong. It's currently 2-0 to Williams there. So the 2 experienced players on top. It's a very interesting lineup, isn't it, today? Because we've got those. We had at the start of play the 6 world champions, but also some youngsters, some players down the list hoping to make progress as Moody eyes up another long red here.
Nice red. And again, probably could have only left a meaningful chance at the red he was playing had he missed it. Got the feeling towards the end of that second frame, whoever did eventually lose it was going to be disappointed. It was Stan Moody who fought back well in it.
5.
Till he got to the blue and he didn't quite know how to play it onto the pink. Had Karen lost it, it would have been the same story. But now that he
6.
did get over the line, he might be looking to press on here. A little bit of a sticky frame. But once again, an early in. Desperately wants that red away from the right of the black.
11.
But he isn't quite straight enough on it to make it the next shot here. I don't know if he was looking at something to do with the pink spot or whether he's inquiring as to whether the black or the red could be potted at any stage. I think he was looking at the pink spot.
Yeah, Nico de Vos is having to put it below the cluster of reds with all of the spots occupied.
19.
Well, I think we know that the black clearly is available. Based on that shot, I must say from the angle we're looking at, it looked tight, and it is tight, but it will pass.
$26. $34. $35.
Not much angle to play with on this shot. Trace of right hand running side to bring the cue ball around 2 cushions. He will have to get these reds open, but he's doing pretty well with taking what is there. But it does help if you can go into the bunch while there is a red still loose, because it can be that the red that's in the loose is the one you can land behind. Oh, he's got to pot the black first, though.
Aaron Wilson, 43.
Well, now, from nowhere, Stan Moody's got another chance, and again, the reds have split beautifully. There's no help, and the black stays out.
Well, if Moody's going to threaten to win this match, he's surely got to do something here. I mean, they're basically all on. These are the frames that psychologically in matches can make such a difference. Wilson was looking good for 3-0, having dodged a bullet in the last frame. Moody's had 3 centuries here this week, so, you know, he's scored well. He had 2 against Ryan Day. He had 1 last night against Jack Jones.
Nine. $16. $17.
Finished in between about 4 different possible colours there. You can probably get to the green with a bit of a stretch. But I think it is the colour that he's going to have to take of the ones available. Got to try and play into an area where he's probably got more than 1 red that he can play following this green. Still a terrific chance, but he just dropped slightly out of position here. It's a really good shot. That's excellent. That's the area I meant, where you've got more than 1 option. Hit it so nicely. Choice of reds, the one with the rest, more difficult than the one to the left corner, but I think this red that he's looking at now, he can't avoid hitting reds next to it, and then there's a question of which colour he... He's going to try and screw back up the table for lower value.
21.
Pretty good, but wrong side of the blue, which means, again, the cue ball's probably going to have to travel.
$26. 27. $33.
I think he's pretty much aware, like everyone else is watching this match, that in a best of 7, a couple of frames down, and a chance like this coming up to steal a frame, and he was behind in this frame. This is pretty essential that he clears or he gets the frame 1 here. He's got any realistic chance of beating the world champion. He's done well so far with this break.
$34.
Well, he'd love to have been on the right-hand red, I think. I'm not sure that he is.
39.
Yeah, he's not on that one. That's the one he's closest to, pot. So that's an error either way. Well, it will go, but if he was right behind this...
Points in it. But gets cover.
Yeah, and it wasn't so much luck there for Kyron. He probably sensed that he would get the cover on that shot behind the black.
Another dramatic frame. We've had so many in this tournament.
Well, Kyron Wilson, he's 2-0 up. I think he's slightly rattled. He's missed a couple of shots. That last frame, he probably should have won it earlier than what he did. He's got another chance to do so here. Only just crept into the pocket, so just get the feeling that even though he's in front, he's under pressure playing Stan Moody, obviously, an 18-year-old. He's now world champion, is Kyron, so this kind of a match is one he wouldn't want to be on the wrong end of against the youngster. But the trusty rest, that was a beautifully struck shot. under pressure or not, he doesn't miss those.
Yeah, it was Moody who missed with the rest. I mean, Moody could be 2-1 up here. He knows that. You can see he's disappointed. He's been very... OK, first frame he didn't get a look in, but since then he's been very competitive in this match, but hasn't put the 2 frames away, and will expect to be 3-0 down now.
11.
In sport, you learn the hard way, and I'm sure... I mean, he's not lost the match, but if he does, he'll look back on it and just identify a couple of key moments.
15.
Such a great blue as well, wasn't it, to get on the red?
Yeah, Stan Moody, he kind of lost the cue ball for about 4 or 5 shots. Got it back, and then, like you say, disappointingly missed that blue.
6.
So that red after the blue, and now Kyron has stepped in a couple of shots later.
Well, he's relieved to get the chance. Moody is very disappointed. He could have been 2-1 up, but it's Kyron Wilson 1 away from victory at 3-0. Yeah, it's a hard school, isn't it? And it was such a good chance when Wilson initially broke down to win the frame. That was when he did break down.
Yeah. Had a good chance to win the frame there. And as I say, did you see on shot? And now he's 3-0 up. You couldn't be too critical. But, you know, this was where he lost the cue ball a bit. The shot before that, he did well to pot that. This blue, interesting shot because his cue went haywire on it. Didn't get to see it again, and we saw him miss that red. And that was probably the most disappointing aspect of it all, because he'd done so well to get back into the frame, and then the ball he did miss was kind of unexpected.
So the stats never tell the whole story, but the fact that Wilson is ahead on pretty much everything, I suppose he's right, because he's 3-0 up. But it's been pretty closely fought the last 2 frames. Could certainly have gone the other way. That 91 was in the first frame. Wilson's missed a few since then, but in the end, he's done what he had to do at the end of the 2 frames. He was 3-0 up against David Grace in the first match here, and that went to a decider. All is not lost yet, but clearly, if it was a blow losing the second frame for Moody, then it's just been intensified even further by losing that one. Mark Williams 2-1 up here against Ma Hai Long. Williams at the table still relatively early in frame 4. He tweeted when he got the plane over to Belfast, oh, it'll just be a day trip, all of that playing it down stuff. Well, he's already come through 2 matches, and here he is ahead in his third with a chance to reach the quarterfinals. Won here at the Waterfront the first time the tournament was staged here in 2017. Made that lovely 1-4-3 last night, the highest break of the tournament so far. Getting used to this new cue. I thought he played. He was determined to stick with it despite that early exit in Cheltenham at the British Open and various criticism. He sort of had a go back, didn't he, at Stephen Hendry? All banter. All banter.
What's that?
Well, big smile on Kyron Wilson's face. Understandably, he's 3-0 up. Stan Moody less so, having just let a couple of chances slip by in the last 2. Let's see if he can get on the scoreboard here.
It's a pretty good shot up and down twice, and available for the black now. So good shot this. Say he missed in frame 2 a cut to the opposite middle pocket, which was a lot easier than that one. Yes, he's absolutely straight on the black though. That's the downside to the shot.
Eight.
Wilson determined to buck the trend of first-time world champions struggling. They haven't all struggled. Stephen Hendry won the first 4 ranking events the first year he was world champion. John Higgins won the UK and the Masters, but various others have found it more difficult. Never quite looked in that.
Karen Wilson, 8.
I have to say, nobody has found it more difficult than last year's champion, have they? Luca Brissell, let's be honest, he's not... he's completely lost winning ways, it seems. But I'm sure that at some point it will return, but we have been saying that a while. It's not easy. It's, sure, a lot of more... As Joe Johnson always says, everyone wants a piece of you when you're world champion. And Kyron is finding that out, but he's handling it pretty well, I think.
I think it depends what sort of person you are, because Stephen and John, actually, they were both already winners. You know, they were used to attention. Whereas Luca, okay, won a few tournaments, but he was quite happy, I think, to be sort of in the pack and not front and centre all the time. Then suddenly, yeah, everyone's watching you and waiting to see what happens, wanting your time, and well, Stan will be devastated with that one.
Don't know what happened there. I mean, obviously the red was at the other end of the table. It's almost like he ignored that it was there.
Rumble.
Might be a red to the right middle, but not a great deal else. No, he's played quite a good shot. He hit the pink rather than the reds, but even then, he felt that he might break them open.
Karen Wilson, 5.
His all-round game these days, Kyron Wilson, is, as you'd expect of a world champion, very strong. His safety and tactical side has improved markedly. Well, this is not a full pocket. You can see that the pink's just in the way of the whole pocket. Well, if Kyron Wilson rolls a red to middle here, that could be the point where he goes on to win the frame and match. This was difficult. He hit the wrong side of the red, in fact. Seems like he couldn't quite cue the red to middle there with the pink in the way, so played a quite weak safety shot, didn't he there? Not anything special about that one. Given half a chance to middle here, but it seems at the moment, Stan Moody, everything he's getting is just a little bit awkward, and this opening red is one of those.
Well, it is another opening, and that's the best way to banish disappointment from previous frames. He's at the table now. And these are, you know, short matches, best of sevens. They can turn around quickly. Remember Kyron, I think it was the first year of this tournament, he was 3-0 up to Ronnie O'Sullivan, who then made 3 centuries in a row. But this looks like it's gone wrong pretty quick.
7.
Looking at a possible plan, but I'm not sure it's on.
I think the whole match has been like this, isn't it, Dave? The plant might be on, but he's just chasing the cue ball a little bit for perfect position, and this plant is his way to get back in.
Yeah, it is on. It's very close to it.
Hey.
Yeah, can he just get a bit of control here of himself and of the cue ball, and the two go together?
Played that well, just to get out nicely for the red.
15. $16. $21.
Slightly awkward cueing here with those 2 reds to the right of the cue ball. Got to watch out for where he puts his bridge hand, I think. And I don't think there's much of an angle. In fact, that's probably the worst angle you can have. It's just off straight, top side. It doesn't make it easy to get down for the next red. And that's a long bridge now, because there's a couple of reds being there. Couldn't do a lot with it, so probably the safest option just to play for red to middle.
29.
Well,
30.
All gifts gratefully received at this stage. What a fluke that is. Wow. The yellow in the perfect spot there to just kiss the red in. Amazing.
Yeah, he's got to take it, hasn't he? Because he's got to make it mean something further down the line if he gets this frame one and he starts to get into something like his best rhythm. Who knows? That could still play a part in the match, that fluke. Played that well also, so he's a little bit in and out. The good shots are very good. And the odd shot, well, he isn't quite timing. Not spent much of his time on the match table. So he's finding his feet there. And he's playing the world champion, so it's a tough assignment. I think he's capable.
37.
You know, he really is a good prospect. He just, as far as his match is concerned, he's made the few errors that he wouldn't usually make.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the expectation on Corin Wilson as world champion. I think young players have it as well. There was a lot of ballyhoo when Stan got on tour.
43.
And, you know, he's trying to shut that out. Then a few defeats and people start to question him. And he has to deal with that as well. He sort of answered a few of those questions this season, but it's all a big learning curve.
44.
But the fact is, here he is. Turned 18 last month. He's playing live on TV in a big ranking event against the world champion. It's what he's dreamed of, even though a couple of frames have gone against him. This is where he wants to be. And right now he wants to put this frame away and get on the scoreboard.
$50.
This is his highest break so far, helped by the fluke along the way. Leads by 38.
$56.
Well, can he get through? Maybe with a trace of right-hand side to widen the natural potting angle. Yeah, well
57.
played. Just a trace of side on that. Wasn't the most simple positional shot from his previous colour. So we'll need this black and after that another red. Yes, he got the fluke halfway through, but that's all part of the game and you've got to take it when they come.
64.
I think if it had been 4-0 and Corin was in first, it might have been a slightly flattering scoreline. The match has been a little closer. The frames have been competitive. But again, this is the one thing that you notice with Stan, is that he is a little up and down on the shot.
65.
Well, that was effectively frame ball, so it looks like he's not going to be a whitewash. And credit to him, all right, the fluke, yes, but, you know, his shoulders haven't dropped here. 2 disappointing frames. He's at that age, he just wants to play snooker, which is great. And as I say, the chance to play it here, this wonderful venue, against the world champion, that's what you dream of as a boy.
70.
Well, he's missed that one, but 57 in it, 51 on. So 2 snookers needed. Otherwise, it's 3-1. He's not happy, is he? But as I say, he's still favourite for the frame.
One.
Well, you can see what he's thinking. Clearly the red
8.
below the black is how he'd like to get the snookers. If you could pot this with high value colour, this red, then it would make the task a lot easier. He doesn't feel that he can pot it there or rely on potting it.
Karen Wilson, 8. Well,
Oh, Karen, that is not going to help your cause.
so Moody,
Free
7.
ball as well. The frame's done here, I think.
Well, it's definitely a free ball. It doesn't really take a lot of measurements. And
Yellow ball.
as you say, he's won the frame, and the match isn't over by any stretch of the imagination. So you can understand why there would be different pressures on both of these two. A lot of expectation on Stan Moody, playing on the TV again. This was the shot where he knocked the black in. It's one thing playing slightly away from the TV. Of course, all these matches are on Discovery Plus anyway, so people can watch him. But
4.
on the main, playing this man, and he's got pressures on him too because he's world champion. He doesn't want to lose to an 18-year-old upstart. And also he'll know what a good player he is up against. That's the nature of it. He's won this frame though, comfortably in the end.
4. And a frame.
Yeah, it was a good 70. He did have the fluke in the middle of it, but Stan Moody is now involved in this match. 3-1, Karen Wilson still needing one for victory. Well, we can go back over the frame for you.
Didn't play a very good safety shot here. He obviously couldn't pot the red to right middle because he was queuing over the top of the pink, but what he did play was not getting the cue well up to the bolt cushion. Stan Moody struggled to get position sorted out himself. He got that plant, which wasn't part of his original plan, missed that red and fluked it. So that was a big moment. How big, we might find out later in the match if he comes back. It gets to 3-all, the fluke might sort of be resurface in the mind of his opponent, Karen Wilson. That was nicely played. It was a good break. In the end, going on to make a break of 70. Quite an eventful break also. So he's won a frame and he's still in the tournament with a chance, but he's got to win all of the remaining 3 to win the match.
They're the stats. Long potting, not great, is it? They've not taken many on, but anyway, that can only go up. Pot success, 88 for Karen Wilson, maybe a little below where he'd like, but still well in front of Moody. But Moody's high break has increased, and you know, there's always a danger in any match, but certainly in these shorter format matches, it can turn around before you know it. So Wilson, as I say, against David Grace in his first match, he was 3-0 up. That went the distance. You don't want too many of those. Yesterday, it was also 4-3 against Ante McGill. He'd like to get it out of the way as quickly as he can. Whoever does win will play the winner of the match on table 2, and Maha Long has come back into it. He was 2-0 down to Mark Williams, but it's 2-2, early stages of the next frame. Another outsider against a big hitter, but these days anyone can beat anyone, it seems. Tonight, of course, we've got Neil Robertson against Oliver Lyons, who's playing some really good stuff this season, and Judd Trump trying to continue this run of getting to every quarter-final this year. It'll be his 15th this year in 2024 if he beats Barry Hawkins. Karen Wilson leads Stan Moody 3-1. Moody won the fourth frame. Wilson still needs one more to reach the quarterfinals. It would be his 49th ranking event quarterfinal. His 49th ranking event quarterfinal.
Coming around two cushions, trying to hit a thin edge of a red here.
Foul.
Got very close to that red, but as you saw,
6.
made contact with the pink instead. Probably goes back, I would think. Here it is. I'm sure the pink was either on its spot or near its spot. How close was he to the red? The answer, very close. I think what he's saying is that the pink was not there. I agree. I think the pink was further up. Because point he was making was that he wouldn't have hit the pink taking that line. Pink wouldn't have been on his spot. It would have been just above it. So I think Stan is helping the referee here. Yeah, I mean, it's a question of just getting from the screen the information as to where the balls were.
He's getting some help from Kevin Dabrowski, I believe he's on the marker's desk.
Oh, goodness. That's the last thing anyone needed, really.
And Wilson 6.
I suppose Karen might disagree. But that was what Stan was saying, that the pink was incorrectly placed first time, because that would not have been possible to hit the pink. Now I think the pink surely is a little bit too far up, isn't it? Don't think it was there. It's gone the other way with the pink this time.
Yeah. Stan again is stepping in. Well, not stepping in, just pointing out it's not in the right place.
Absolutely, because if you missed the red and hit the pink, you'd probably hit it full ball and leave everything. And these are important points. Get, although the cue ball needs a bit of attention. Not easy when other balls admit it's not simple by any means. Cue ball's not quite okay. I mean, when 6 or 7 balls move, it's a nightmare for any referee, actually. And let's hope he hits the red this time. It's worked out well with the awkward queuing over the yellow. Well, he certainly dug that one out, that plant. The Reds were too far apart for it to be a certainty, and that's why he had to play the cue ball back down the table. Here's the shot again. Well, he's looking at rolling the brown to left middle and then landing on a red. And it looks to me as if there isn't a lot of room to manoeuvre when it comes to potting the red. Obviously, the brown has got to be potted first, which is not a simple shot to middle. And then it's got to be a very precise shot with the cue ball. That's the first part done. But as you can see from his expression, I don't think he's on that ball. Not quite. Somewhere in line with the middle pocket, he'd have been okay. Well, that's a mistake which didn't need to happen. Slightly loose safety shot there.
One.
Well, he nearly missed the pot. Overcut it somewhat, and that's why the cue ball's travelled all that way up past the baulk line. Quite thin, and he lost the cue ball.
Karen Wilson, 1.
Yeah, Moody in that position where he knows at any point his next shot could be his last in this match. And as I say, he's been very competitive. He could have won frames 2 and 3, did win frame 4.
Foul on this guy on
Not
Wilson.
good for Stan.
No, it wasn't a very easy escape. It's all right hitting a red, but there was nothing close to a cushion to lay up against, so whichever red he tried to hit was likely to leave something on.
Mark Williams in the background, 3-2 up on Ma Hai Long. And Karen Wilson here in with a chance to get going in the frame. He needs to win this match. Are they going to play each other on quarterfinals Friday?
Seven. 8.
Well, it doesn't look like it's worked out very well, that split.
14.
I think he thought he'd land on the bottom red, which was out in open play, but he hasn't quite done so. So it might have to be something up into the top right pocket, the green pocket. Slightly tricky, this one, especially queuing over the top of a ball. shot. Unfortunately, I'm not certain the positional side of it, which makes you wonder why he played it in a way, because it was quite difficult. He would have left the red, he would have left plenty on. Thankfully, the red dropped, but he hasn't got on a colour. I think he's sort of feeling it a bit in this match. He's in a good spot, 3-1 up. He may well win this match 4-1, but I just get the feeling that the pressure seems to be on him here. Hardly surprising. I haven't noticed it
Wilson,
in many matches this season where he's looked a little under it, but ultimately he must be doing something right because he's still winning the match.
I think as well, after he lost that match to Xiao Guodong at the Women Open, he knows that, even when you seem to be firmly in control, and he was that day, weird things can happen, and they did, and he ended up losing. Of course, Xiao won the tournament.
Yeah, but it was crazy, wasn't it? Because attempting to escape from a snooker, which Xiao Guodong needed, just hit the black directly on the way through to try and hit. I think it was the yellow. Kind of an odd thing, but that one shot might be the reason that Xiao Guodong ended up winning the whole tournament. Well, there's quite a serious mistake that Albuquerque did kind of look on. He hit a lot of the red, and that's the reason he's left it on. So another chance has come when you thought that perhaps that was going to be the end of it. This probably couldn't have gone any worse in the end for Karen Wilson.
Yeah, the safety Moody played, it was a nice shot, but I think he just flicked off the yellow on the way towards the baulk cushion, and had he caught it fuller, of course, he might have left Wilson a chance. So maybe just the little things are just starting to go for him, which he needs at this point, of course. Trailing, obviously had the fluke in the last frame. But Wilson's been in already with a chance, and it didn't come to much. But in that sort of tournament, been so many close matches, you wouldn't write Stan Moody off at all at this stage. But you've got to, when you get the chance, take it, and straight away he got very quick back to that seat, didn't he? Devastated.
Just a bit tricky, isn't it, leading across? They are missable.
Well, it's been a match where Wilson has certainly not had it all his own way, but this is, you feel now, a good chance to get it won. Stan Moody's been very competitive, but there have been moments where he just hasn't quite put away his chances. And, of course, it's a short match. You're not going to get many more if that's the case. It's been a great week for him, though. And as I say, he'll be in the International Championship. Not out yet, but just waiting to see if he gets back to the table. But we'll see him in the next big ranking event. And he's looking good already in early season to keep his tour card, because he's top of the 1 year list. If you're not in the top 64 on the 2 year list, the next 4 off the 1 year, he's currently top of that.
Yeah, I mean, as you said earlier, he beat Tom Ford in that qualifier. He's had some really good results. He's not necessarily converted it to when he's under the spotlight yet, but he will. I remember in the Welsh Open last year, he played quite well up until the point where he lost to Dominic Dale. Match where he didn't really play too well, in fairness, having beaten Jordan Brown. So there's a lot of expectation on him. Stan won't be the first young player with people have pinned their hopes in, who finds it a little difficult sometimes, but he has the ability. I think he'll be fine. All part of the learning curve, matches like this. Played with running side and he's not really finished anywhere near where he wanted to. Don't know what he played, but it certainly wasn't for the cue ball to come this far down the table.
Wilson.
He's struggling to get this match won. It would be interesting if Stan Moody could somehow summon up a clearance and get this frame won, because I just sense that Curran wants this match over with.
Yeah, I mean, after that great start, the 91 in frame 1, you know, it's all been bits and pieces, hasn't it? You know, he's not had a 50 break since then. Moody was sort of in his seat, looked like he thought it was over. Well, this break is over, but the match isn't.
So Moody won.
It is over on table 2. Mark Williams is through. He was 2-0 up on Mahai Long. It went 2 each. Williams' experience has told, and again, he's kind of floated through with a minimum of fuss, hasn't he? But with a lot of class as ever. Mark Williams into the quarterfinals, and he'll play the winner of this match. Very close to that. If he does lose, and he hasn't yet, but if he does lose, I think he has to tell himself he's not been outplayed today, even if he lost 4-1. It's been quite a closely fought contest. Behind. Reds everywhere snookered. It's not looking promising, this.
No, it isn't, but the cue ball in that corner's not so bad. Probably quite a good shot. I'm sure that's something like what he played to finish over there. couldn't decide which red to take on, and he still is seemingly undecided. He must have gone back and forward to this choice of reds about 7 or 8 times now. Either he goes for the left-hand red of the two, but he really can't decide on this one. Looks like he is playing this one. Very difficult shot. Needs a little bit of help with the red that he missed, and it seems he's got it. Karen will get the rest out. He'll be looking to bury the cue ball behind the brown here, making things virtually impossible for the youngster. Not quite. It's kind of just the way the afternoon has been for Wilson. Not quite what he's been hoping for again there.
No, he's not been as clinical as certainly he would have hoped to be today, even though he's still in a strong position.
That's very good cueing. Now that is really good. So he's now been given this chance, which could be his last. I think we've thought that maybe more than once during this frame, but this might be the last opportunity to keep into the match. Steal a frame, get it to within one. Become a little bit indecisive in this break again, which is something that we've seen with him before. Can't quite decide on the shot to play. That's all right. The cue ball's gone further than he wanted, but reds go to left middle.
3. Nine. Ten.
Well, it's not as straight as he'd like to be on this pink. Clearly the red up the table is going to cause him a problem, I think. Difficult to get on with them. He can't even play on it because the brown is there,
16.
so it's going to be a challenge the next couple of shots.
$17.
He really hit that well. He tried to go a fraction further to be getting an angle on the green, I think, to do something with the red. Might have to play a double, and he played a successful one earlier. Wouldn't be the worst shot because he could stay on that right cushion and take the brown afterwards. This is the biggest shot of the frame. It really puts him in the picture if he can knock it in, this double.
20.
Scoreboard's not really an issue here. He needs the lot. was pretty close, wasn't it? But as you saw, not quite, and that could have bridged the gap and won in the frame.
Well, it's the third frame that's basically come down to the last red. Wilson won the first two, frames 2 and 3. 24 in front here. But everything's basically on. The blue's going safe-ish now, so that might help him.
Yeah, I think Karen will be more than happy to see that blue go where it is, because that is something that he's less likely to need of the two players further down the line.
Fact is, though, he's struggled a bit to kill this off today. He won't mind ultimately if he gets through, but he'd like to get through soon.
It's quite a good shot, obviously. You know, he didn't mean to kind of play it off the knuckle of the pocket, and he could have gone in off. But the intention was to get the snooker, and that's what's happened. There's room to go around the back of this if you're not careful. He didn't quite go around the back of it. It's good contact made. And another good result. It's just the odd little thing happening here, isn't there, that makes you wonder if this match could still have some mileage left in it. That fluke earlier and that red, if it becomes potable, it's virtually game over. Now he's snookered himself. But that was a good shot from Karen. So a lot depends on the outcome of this last red.
Well, it always looked like a good day for this crowd. Of course, they got that thrilling first match. This has been exciting as well. But Stan Moody sort of teetering a bit, isn't he? He knows just one mistake. If he leaves the red on, it's probably over.
Well, miss.
Well, the free ball might have...
6. Free ball.
Might be the reason that the miss isn't taken, because I can't imagine that he would having the balls put back now. 30 the difference. You can get them framed just about one here. Take a lower value colour as the free ball. If you can get on the black, then there's too many in the frame. The reason he hit the pink there is because it's not so much he
Yellow ball.
didn't judge the swerve right. He hit it too slowly, and the swerve took quicker by hitting the pink on the way through. So he's got over the line, Karen, by the looks of things, without really ever delivering the killer blow. It was almost presented to him. And again, the red's got to go in, and he'll be into the next round. That'll be the final piece, really, of the jigsaw.
8.
Well, as I say, Moody, what he can hold on to, be disappointed, but what he can hold on to is he hasn't been totally outplayed by the world champion. It looked like it might happen in frame one. Karen Wilson began with that 91. It's been bits and pieces really since. But the fact is the close frames have been won by the world champion. And he's going to progress to the quarterfinals. He's missed that, but...
Karen Wilson, 9.
Yeah, he's checking the scores. He's not absolutely home and dry, but you would think with 41 in it, with 39 in it, 27 on, it's going to be difficult, to say the least.
3 snookers to tie, he feels probably obliged to carry on. But I think there's no doubt he's one of the best prospects in the game at the moment, Stan Moody. He's better than this, but there's an expectation on a young player like Stan. A lot of eyes on him, of course, but as I say, we've seen it all before, but I do feel that he's going in the right direction. But today has not really seen him at his best.
Do not hit the black, Karen. Well, hit the green. I had flashbacks to that Zhao Guodong matchup for a moment there. So that's, well, he's got one of them.
Yeah, I mean, the balls are quite good. Where the black is, you know, get the cue ball in behind there, or the brown at the other end. So, you know, it's not a terrible table for getting snookers. Prefer not to pop this, I think, if he could, but he may have no choice. Does look as if we're going to see 3 world champions win from this afternoon session, doesn't it, with Karen in such a strong position. We've had Sean Murphy and Mark Williams winning. A couple more that might win tonight, may not, of course. Judd Trump playing and Neil Robertson. Either way, it's going to be a very interesting lineup when we get to the best of 9s. Don't think Stan Moody's going to be in there somehow, but he's still trying.
Well, obviously this doesn't help his cause being snookered himself. As much as Karen Wilson enjoys playing snooker, he'd like this done now, I think. Going to lay the snooker, just to keep the pressure on. There's the white. Oh dear. Wow. The handshake comes. So experience is told here. World champion Karen Wilson advances to the quarterfinals of the Northern Ireland Open. He'll play Mark Williams. What a blockbuster that's going to be on Friday. We'll see more of Stan Moody later in the season. Wilson the winner, 4-1. Well, they're just having a little chat amongst themselves as the match is over. But there's confirmed, of course, Sean Murphy already through. 4-3 on the black against Stuart Bingham. That's a cracking match, real high quality. Bingham had a couple of centuries there, still got beat. And the winner will play Judd Trump or Barry Hawkins. So Murphy will play Trump or Hawkins. Louis Heathcote against Tian Peng Fei to come. Leipei Fan Elliott Slesser. So in that quarter, there's an opportunity for one of the lower ranked players to get to a semi-final. So that's going to be fascinating tonight to see who comes through that quarter. And the bottom half of the draw, we've got Pang Zhangzhou to play either Neil Robertson or Oliver Lyons. They're up at 7. And then Mark Williams against Kyron Wilson tomorrow. So that is a real, as I say, it could be the final, couldn't it? A real blockbuster clash to look forward to.